Good morning, everyone, and good afternoon to those of you who are joining from Sri Lanka. Um, Let me just set up the streaming for us to start. Lovely. All right. So today's retreat that we are going to be doing is going to be focusing on the cultivation development of Vipassana, right? Now, from stage to stage, as mentioned in the retreat brochure that I have shared with all of you, explains, what practices that we would be doing for the day. We will be starting off with Anapanasati, or breathing meditation, going on to the sensations meditation, the meditation on death afterwards, and loving kindness meditation, and then ending the day with sharing of reflections. Now, for those of you who are just joining in or would be joining in for specific meditations, if you are joining in on the death meditation, I do highly recommend that you also stay for the loving kindness meditation, right? So loving kindness meditation. And it is very important that through the meditations that we would be, or I would be guiding you through, that you stick to that respective meditation during that time of practice. So if we are within the time of breathing meditation, stick to breathing meditation, right? Don't attempt to do the Vedananupassana during your breathing meditation, right? Because the program has been laid out for the day to sort of reflect a journey of practice leading to a higher sense of Vipassana. And I would be guiding you through the entirety of the sessions that we have. So to start off the retreat, let us start by chanting Namo Tassa. I have not sort of put up, or we have not put up on the brochure that we'll be starting off with any other precepts for the day other than 5 precepts. But if you would personally choose for yourself to determine the 8 precepts or 10 precepts or whatever it is that you would like to sort of adhere to through the day, you are much welcome to do that as your personal practice. But whatever it is that you do determine for yourself, do determine to stay on it up until or through the whole extent of the retreat. Now, let us start by chanting Namo Tassa. Namo Tassa Bhagavato Arahato Samma Sambuddhassa. Namo Tassa Bhagavato Arahato Samma Sambuddhassa. Namo Tassa Bhagavato Arahato Samma Sambuddhassa. Moving on to the taking or the determination of the precepts. Buddhang saranang gacchami. Dhammang saranang gacchami. Sanghang saranang gacchami. Dutiyampi buddhang saranang gacchami. Dutiyampi dhammang Dhammang saranang gacchami. Dutiyampi sanghang saranang gacchami. Tatihampi buddhang saranang gacchami. Tatihampi dhammang tatiham sanghang saranang gacchami. Panati pata viramani sikkhapadang samadhiyami. Adinha dana viramani sikkhapadang samadhiyami. Kamesu micchatara veramani sikkhapadang samadhiyami. Musabhadha veramani sikkhapadang samadhiyami. Surameraya majjapamadatthana veramani sikkhapadang samadhiyami. Tisaranena sandhing panchasilang dhammang sadhukang surakkitang katva appamadena sampadithambang. All right. So before we start off our first meditation session, let us reflect on the reasons behind the contribution of time that we make towards the practice, towards meditation, towards the cultivation of all the aspects and the limbs of awakening that we do make on a daily basis to the practice, to the Dhamma. For the Buddha, the most important for Buddhas, during the span of time that they live in this world, the most important thing for them is to help people attain Nibbana. We find that in many of the stories that have been spoken of with regards to the practice of Buddhas, not only Siddhartha Gautama Buddha, but all Buddhas before him, they would spend long hours of teaching. And usually after their demise, the Dhamma also dies away. It is only in our Buddha Sasana that the Dhamma has been laid, that a Vinaya has been laid for the Dhamma to flourish into later years, because the Buddha's lifespan is so short. Sorry, the dog is here. So the Buddha's lifespan is so short, which gives us an idea what was most important to the Buddha, which is not the culture of Buddhism, which is not the tradition of Buddhism, which is not the establishing of a religion, but what Buddhism authentically speaks about is the attainment of enlightenment for the sole purpose of ending suffering, for the sole purpose of ending suffering. That is why most monks would take the robe, leaving behind everything else, because the suffering of the time or the suffering that they would see within the world is so difficult and it's so immense. What better time to talk about suffering in the world than the time that we live in right now, isn't it? With death all around us, with impermanence showing its face in every corner, with the uncertainty of life in every moment that we would see, the person, the friend that we might talk to today, ends up, the person that we end up talking today ends up in the hospital tomorrow, right? It is so uncertain. The fact that Atma, or rather Anatma, the control of our life we see is no longer truly, it's so clear and apparent that it is not in our hands. We do not know half the things that happens around the world, which truly happens. The discussions, the agendas behind the marketing that we would see, whatever it is. You see, this world seems more unstable today than ever before. And that is one of those hallmark reasons that we take on the practice. But earlier, many of us, including myself, we take on the practice not essentially because we see a lot of suffering, but we have that faith in the Buddha. And the Buddha, when we go through the doctrine, there have been instances where there have been people who have read through the Vinaya Pitaka and attained enlightenment. The Vinaya Pitaka, where, it only elucidates on the monastic code, not the Abhidhamma, not the sutras, but just the Vinaya Pitaka, and attained enlightenment through Shraddha, built towards the Buddha. Being a person, I always say this, being a person who was born into Catholicism, my father being a Catholic, my mother being a born again, right? And then having come across Dhamma, for me, this was personally something that I've never had in my life, or grew up with rather, in an English-speaking household, or in a household which was not trenched into the particular Sri Lankan culture. For me, this was something very new, very valid, and very practical. For me, the sentence which said in Ambedkar's book, which actually made me convert, was the fact that the foundations of consciousness depends on 6 roots: greed, hatred, delusion, non-greed, non-hatred, non-delusion, was enough for me to understand that this religion, Buddhism, had a systematic process for the ending of suffering, because it has such a powerful way of really putting forth the problem, the way to come out of it, and the practice to support that agenda of coming out of it. It's so methodical. Hence, for me as a person who's foreign to Buddhism, this has been very, very practical. For those of you who go more into the Dhamma through the practice, the Dhamma, the learning that we do in every stage, should always be done, as it mentions in Dhamma, not to just know the Dhamma, but to implement the Dhamma into one's life. And days like today, where we take on the determination in spirit of the Poe Day, we take on the determination to do what we do in terms of practice. These are days that we allow the Dhamma to sink in. So put everything else aside. The cleaning, the gardening, the problems with the neighbors, the lawnmowers, everything. Put all of that aside and allow yourself to just use everything in your life as something which helps you further cement down the Dhamma in your life. Something that I remember from my own practice, as a monk, it is very easy to sort of grow an ego where you think that you're very superior. And of course, I think maybe some of you might still say, yes, Bhakti still has this, but I try my best not to sort of cultivate. But, before this, I remember when I just got ordained, when we were living in the Aranyas and all of that, we really did think of ourselves as, obviously with the practice and all of that. But the thing is, Buddhism is such a humble religion that we are not taught to think like that. But living in the East and being treated the way that you are treated, it is very easy for a monk to have this superiority complex where you think that you're better than everyone else, which is which can't be further away from the truth, and which can't be further away from the practice itself. Something that I personally used to remind myself is, this dependence on respect and all of that. The reasons and the purposes behind why we become monks or nuns. We do not become monks or nuns in expecting the respect and reverence that we receive. We become monks and nuns to practice, and whatever we receive is a luxury, even if it is food, right? And in a similar manner, know that no one in your life, in your personal life, including my life for myself, no one is there to support. It's not their duty to support you, right? It is not the duty of your husband or wife to support you in your practice, towards enlightenment, right? It is not your children's duty to support you. It's no one's duty to support you. It is only your duty to support yourself in terms when it comes to your practice, right? So don't be annoyed by the fact that there might be kids running around the house, your grandchildren or your children, or your husband is not being very supportive, or your wife is not being supportive, or the neighbors are not being supportive. This journey is our own, right? And any sort of disturbance that might arise through the day for you, that is just a condition of living the life that you have chosen to live, right? That you have chosen to live. Now, for myself, I have chosen to live alone. Hence, I do not have the disturbance of having people running around the house, or having the, people just being in the house, family. I don't have that disturbance. Now, that is a choice that I have made for myself. I do not want to live with other people in the house except the maids or whoever it is, right? You have chosen to live with family, with grandchildren, with all of that. Just like I will deal with the loneliness that comes, come here. Oh, this is Sophie. Just like I would deal with the loneliness that comes from living alone, you will have to deal with whatever conditions that come with you living with a family. This is responsibility, right? This is responsibility. So with all of that, in a part of that practice is, for example, with a monk. I remember sometimes when we would go on these sort of pilgrimages, we would not be properly supported, right? Meaning when you're walking kilometers upon kilometers, right? Who is there to support you? It's just, road and desert, right? So then, of course, you grow very hungry when you're walking under the hot sun for hours, right? And something that I remember the monks and, that I learned from the others, the seniors who I used to go with, is the fact that, whatever condition that we have put ourselves in, it is our responsibility to live with the conditions that present itself, right? That present itself. So taking responsibility for the conditions present in your life and not complaining about it, but owning it, right? But owning it is very important in the journey of acceptance. If we have not practiced to be born in the Brahma, in the Deva realms, then when you meditate, you must and will go through the pain of limbs, of holding the body. This is again something that you choose to go through. This is something that you choose to put yourself through. Because why? It is your karma. It is a karma that you have cultivated. It is a practice that you have cultivated on your own. no one else. Right? So owning acceptance in every way, meaning from the karmas that we have cultivated, from the birth that we have taken up, from to the circumstances and situations that you have chosen to be in, to the way that we choose to die. All of these are parts of that acceptance, right? So when we sit down in meditation, if we are going through different aspects of experience from pleasure to pain, owning it doesn't mean that you are choosing to now change it or to control it. Owning it means to accept the situation which is. If it is a fast breath, if it is a short breath, a long breath, whatever the breath is, that is the breath. Let it be what it is during the practice. If you can't see the sensations, right? Because maybe you are looking forward to the sensations too much. If it is that you are expecting a lot out of yourself, stop that expectation, allow yourself to settle within the moment. Then things become apparently more clear to the meditator. With the breath, with the sensations, and with any other type, method of practice that we sort of undergo, this is what happens. This is what happens, right? So along this path, remember that it is very important to allow, if we recall the limbs of awakening that we have, if we recall the limbs of awakening that we have, it is important to understand that in the process of the limbs of awakening, we allow these limbs to now grow and cultivate itself during the time of practice. So patience, forbearance, virya, sati, samadhi, prajna. For these limbs of awakening to work, you have to stop controlling it. Because as you would already know, hold on, let me, as you would already, don't go up. Sorry. If remember that within this time of practice, with the vitarka, the way that we live, with the way that we handle the things that we handle, the limbs of awakening are not put into practice maybe all the time or some of the times, right? The limbs of awakening will start putting itself truly into practice the moment that you choose to sit down and meditate. During this time, if we are still allowing the usual consciousness process or the usual decision maker to make the decisions with regards to the object, it is going to hinder the growth. For the limbs of awakening to now start slowly coming into our lives, we need to be able to let go of the Atma, which we might be making decisions from, the ego that might be challenging, plus doing the role of the acting when it comes to our decision making, and allow that element of sati, patience, wisdom to take its now role in our journey. Do you understand? Right? So quieting the mind, calming the mind, bringing the mind to a position where now we would be able to progress with regards to our Vipassana and anything that follows. Remember that in the practice of Vipassana, we are not applying the knowledge that we have. We are observing or attempting to observe a reality which is present within each and every molecular structure within us and around us. Within us and around us. You do not need to go searching for anything. You do not need to go searching for Vipassana. Vipassana, or the attributes that help you in your cultivation of Vipassana, are all over the place, everywhere. We just need to simply quiet the mind, with the mind quieting, suppressing the hindrances to a position where now we will be able to see and observe Vipassana, the impermanence, suffering, and non-self in each and every moment, right? In each and every moment, right? Do you have any questions before we continue? Anyone? All right. So we will be starting our breathing meditation at 10 o'clock, right? So we have about 30 minutes to start. So you can either take a break, maybe you've not had your breakfast, maybe you can have your breakfast or make yourself a cup of tea or whatever it is. And we'll be starting the meditation session at 10 o'clock. But up until then, if you have any questions about Vipassana that you do not, you need an answer to, or, whatever, this time can be utilized for the answering of questions to provide a foundation to the practice that we are about to embark on with the day, right? So if anyone has any question that they would like to ask, this is your time. All right. So then what we will do is we will take a break, right? Those of you who want, you can start practicing for 30 minutes if you like. We will take a break and we'll come back at 10 o'clock to start the session. Okay?
Bante, I have a question, Bante. Yeah. Bante, now when we try to be at to develop sati, sometimes prapancha, vichara prapancha comes. So can you please explain how to reduce a little bit today, actually today, to use our best result to get the best.
Yeah. So now, if you would look at the program that we have for today, maybe this is the opportunity to explain it. So we are starting off with the breathing meditation. The reason that breathing meditation is there is to grow the samadhi, to focus the mind, right? And to find balance in maintaining the mind within focus, right? In maintaining the mind within focus, because the mind has the mind does this thing where it always depends on an object, a gross object, to maintain itself or to maintain its continuity, right? To maintain its continuity. What the mind knows and understands is that it needs something heavy for it to maintain and do what it does. But the reality of the situation is we do not need anything gross, right? We do not need anything gross. We've all met that person, or maybe we are that person who finds it very boring to have a drama-free life. So what do? We create more and more drama, right, in our lives. If if everything is quiet in the house, if everything is all calm, we feel like it is not normal, that we need to sort of stir things up a bit, right? Now, this is very much, everyone does this, but not to the same extent, right? It is like a person who thinks that, you need rice, you need to eat rice each and every single day. right? Or that a meal is not complete or a day is not complete if you don't have rice and curry, which is a very curry mentality, right? But in reality, when we get used to not having rice, when we get used to taking small meals, light meals, it feels much, much more better. But we need to get used to it, right? Similar thing with the mind and what we try to accomplish with Anapanasati. The mind believes that it needs something to hold on, that it needs to think about something, that it needs to be busy all the time. It is like, when I used to maintain a diary, right? A diary. Now, a diary every day, you have this sort of specified spaces for the what you fill in for the day, isn't it? Right. Now, I remember feeling, if I had just had one thing, I wanted to fill it up, I wanted to fill the gaps up. So you start doing more and more and more to just feel good because you've now filled the gaps, you fill the whole day in, right? But in reality you don't need to do that, but now we make it a point to do that. So we bring the mind into this position where we allow ourselves to maintain the mind, know the feeling that it brings, to maintain the mind within a subtle object such as the breath, and learn how to balance the mind with the right attitude with that breath. With that breath. That is a main way that we get rid of the prapancha influence. Because if you would see the prapanchas, the more that you pull sometimes, pull it off, sometimes it goes right back, right? Prapanchas keep on coming back, coming back, coming back. We see this in our mind as well, with boredom sometimes, or wanting to think about something, or wanting to think about food or something of the sort, right? Prapanchas, or the getting rid of the prapanchas, truly, rather suppressing of the prapanchas, comes truly with quieting the mind, connecting the mind with what is real and what is of the moment, right? What is of the moment. It is like this thing. Now, some people are stress eaters. Some people, when they are stressed, they cannot eat. Let's take the stress eaters. If we really look down, if we are really present, if you're stressed out, right, we seek a sense of comfort. So we eat and eat and eat and eat, right? We like to sort of, snack on something or eat something sweet or whatever it is. But to a person who is present, that person doesn't need to do that, right? In a way that that person would have a better idea about the need to eat and the reality of the fact that you are not hungry, but this is a craving now, a craving for some sort of sensation of comfort. That understanding that arises when you have the ability and the skill for the mind to operate with the clarity that it does is what brings about now the feasibility of suppressing the prapanchas. The prapanchas. Moving on to then the sensations meditation. Sensations meditation. The sensations meditation is all about now further enhancing the ability to observe now not one single entity, but different sensations of different calibers, further strengthening the samadhi, right? Further strengthening the samadhi and preparing the flow of insight for the mind, with a mind that has already been able to cultivate that sense of samadhi through the breathing meditation. So in the same manner that we reach a sense of balance with regards to the breathing meditation, with regards to the breath, here now we try to maintain and keep the mind focused upon the entity of sensations. Now turning into Vipassana, noting the impermanence, the suffering, and the non-self within the duration of practice. Within the duration of practice. Now, when we look at or observe the sensation, remember what is important. Now, when we would take, okay, if we would take the breath, right, the breathing meditation, what is important during the breathing meditation? To observe the breath, some would say. But in reality, it is not so. The breath is not the most important. The untainted observation is what is important. The base is the breath, right? The base is the breath, but the ability to observe without tainting the observation is what is important. When we realize this fact in the process of meditation through our own experience, now we understand not to depend on the breath, but to just observe. Do you understand? When you depend on the breath, now you start controlling the breath. When you place the breath as the most important entity during the practice. But the breath is not the most important entity. The important entity is the practice. The practice is the ability of observing, the sati. That is what cultivates then or brings the mind into a state of samadhi, right? When we understand the difference between those two aspects, it becomes infinitely more easier to be able to now observe the breath without controlling it. In the same manner, when it comes to Vipassana, and understand the importance that we place upon the meditation subject, the impermanence, when it comes to Vipassana, it is impermanence, suffering, and non-self. However, just because impermanent suffering and non-self and the seeing of impermanent suffering and non-self is important, we can't go about labeling everything impermanent suffering and non-self. That is not Vipassana. You're just labeling and trying to brainwash yourself to believe that something is impermanent suffering and non-self. That is not the way it happens. When the mind is calm, when the mind has a sense of samadhi, now we start seeing with clarity the natures of impermanent suffering and non-self within an object naturally, organically. That ability is important part, not the labeling process. To see the impermanence, now it might be difficult to start with all three. Maybe we start with just impermanence then. Maybe we start with suffering then. Maybe we start with the fact of non-self, right? The non-self can be the inability of controlling or manifesting whatever sensations that you want to feel at that moment, where you are now just an observer, right? And the sensations arise and pass away. The suffering aspect can be the fact that when we see the sensation that arises and the vedana that arises with the sensation, you might like certain sensations, you might not like certain sensations, you might place an importance of certain sensations or looking forward to experiencing certain sensations. We don't do any of that, right? That seeing that reaction between the mind and the object. When we want to see it in a certain way, we want and we don't get it. The reason how the mind now produces a subtle sensation, a vedana, a feeling of dukkha, when it is not what we want it to be. Even when we want samadhi to be there, however, the samadhi is weak or samadhi arises and passes away, that itself can be seen as something which is dukkha, right? That itself can be something which is dukkha. And seeing that relationship, seeing that difference is something which is most important. Then, of course, we have impermanence. Impermanence, we might start seeing impermanence by way of seeing the arising, the processing, and the passing away of something, right? Some might just start by seeing the arising of an entity, but we don't see the passing away, but we see the arising. Some might see the dissolution part more, right? Some might see the dissolution part more. Usually it is the arising and the dissolution. The possessing part can be challenging to see at first, right? But some can see the arising, the processing, and the dissolution. All these moments, right? All these moments symbolify something which is changing, an element that is changing. So during your meditation, if you're thinking, oh my gosh, it's so boring, that means you have not taken up inspiration or the true reason of practice proper. Then what you have to do is you have to remind yourself the technique. What are you here to see? If you grab onto the technique proper, you have enough and more things to do within an hour or 2 hours. Do you understand? Right? Grasping onto what is to be done. But weirdly enough, it is very difficult to put this into, to speech. But weirdly enough, when you come into a process of samadhi or true understanding, not true understanding, but understanding of what is to be done, now it is from an observation point of view, right? Rather than let's do this, rather than the usual mentality that you have to do something. Like for example, if you have determined your Sunday to be cleaning day, for example, right? So now you're like, okay, you're excited to get it done. You're excited to clean the house. You are excited to have a fresh, clean house, a good smelling house on Monday, right? Or to wake up to a good, clean house on Monday, for example, right? In meditation, now this is something that you have to sort of do, push yourself to do in a way. But when you come into a specific motivation with regard to meditation, you don't have to force yourself in that manner. It becomes almost intrinsic, organic, and natural, and the interest of it begins to grow. But up until that happens, push yourself. But don't expect that it will be pushing all the time. In the beginning, yes, but later on, now when you get into the mood, meditation becomes something that is so important to you that if you miss it one day, it feels as if you've not eaten that day. It becomes something very important and something that you really look forward to and enjoy, right? And enjoy. So in that manner, we go through the sensations. Then it comes to the death meditation. The death meditation aims at bringing out more the impermanence, the suffering. Again, what we have seen in terms of what happens with the sensations might not at first feel very intimate. But when we come to death, death is the loss or the discontinuity of your jivita indriya or your life force. It is something hollowing. It is something that we might think as scary. It is something which is also inevitable and also something which is beyond our control at certain points, right? Death is something which is so personal to us because it is something that we often see, especially during this time. It is something that we know that one fine day, all of us will have to face. The sensations is not so intimate in the same manner because maybe it is only the meditators who see the sensations in the way that we see it. You don't get your kids or, my family, they don't observe the sensations like we would be observing sensations, right? That like we would be observing the sensation. But death, we know, comes to us all. In that manner, it is something more intimate. So now bringing in impermanent suffering and non-self from the point of view of the sensations to now life as a whole, our continuity, affecting the continuity of our relationships, of our connections, friendships, work, the progress that we make with careers, the connection we have to our children, all of that in one moment comes to a grinding halt. Everything that you have built up for 60, 70, 80, 90, 100 years comes to a halt with no choice being given to you. That is very intimate. Now, trying to understand the nature of that impermanence and the role that it has played in our life in a more gross fashion, in a way that now the impermanent suffering and non-self attribute is come or brought into realization with regards to the entirety of our lives, not in a depressing manner, right? But in a realistic fashion. Then we go into loving kindness. Why have we got to be kind? Going in to bring in the loving kindness attribute to ourselves, people around us, our families, our teachers, whoever it is that we respect, even people that we might not like. However, even towards people that we do not like, and then sort of going into the reflections of the day, right? So these processes, if done and carried on day to day, would help you to now sort of really embrace the art and practice of Vipassana through the day, right? Through the day. So it's 9:50. Let us take a break of 10 minutes, come back at 10 o'clock, and we will start our meditation practice. Now, something that I forgot to mention is the sessions will all be 55 minutes. So we will be giving, you will be given a 5-minute break to freshen up or go to the loo or whatever it is that you would like to do, and drink water or whatever it is. Okay. So then I will see you all in 10 minutes at 10 a.m. UK time. All right. Take care. All right. So let us start our meditation practice for the day. Sitting comfortably, closing your eyes throughout the session.
Can't hear you, Bante.
Can everyone hear me?
No, still cannot hear you.
We can hear. We can hear.
Oh, the others can hear, Devika. It seems.
We can hear.
ඇහෙන්නේ ස්වාමීන් වහන්සේ.
We can hear.
Okay. I think Devika is having an issue. All right. So let us sit comfortably. Taking a deep breath in. Allowing yourself to go deeper and deeper as you use this time to be present, to arrive fully into the present moment. Taking a deep breath in, putting everything else aside. As you focus on the breath. Gently allow yourself to put aside the past, the future, and simply come into the present. Simply coming into the present. Observing the breath as it arises and passes away. Arises and passes away. Passes. Allow the mind to quiet into this moment, not hoping for anything to change with the breath, not manipulating the breath in any way, but simply observing, observing, observing. Observe, observe. Gently, with every passing moment, allow yourself to let go a little bit more. Go deeper and deeper to observing the breath, observing the breath. If a thought arises, if a hindrance arises, simply use that as a support to go deeper, to focus on. Observing, observing. making use of every opportunity to allow the mind to let go deeper and deeper, to focus on Observe, observe. Finding balance. The right technique in sustaining the state of awareness, unhindered, observing the arising and falling of the breath, of the breath. observe. Guiding your attention to take a deep breath in. Deep breath in. Slowly, gently. Guide your attention. Relaxation of the breath in the body. Relaxation. Becoming aware of the practice. Five senses. Sound, smell, taste, sensation, silhouette of light coming through the eyelids. Observe, observe, observe. Gently, gently. Taking a deep breath in. Gently letting go of the breath. As you do, opening your eyes and waking into the present. Sadhu, sadhu. Let us go for a quick 5-minute break, and I will see you back at 11:03, please. Thank you. Let us now sit for our second session of the day. Vipassana, meditation on sensations, taking a deep breath in, breathing out, gently closing your eyes, settling into the present moment, here and now, here and now. Gently, gently. Observing the whole body sitting, whichever posture. Where are your legs? How are they placed? And back, shoulder. Observe the posture. Observe the posture. As you gently, gently guide your attention, to the topmost part of the head, to observe the sensations all around. Observe, observe. Putting aside everything else, simply observe the breath, sensations, the body of the sensation, all around the head. Accepting the sensations, however they might appear. Simply observe, observe. Observe. Gently guiding your attention from the head to the forehead. Whatever sensations that might arise without any sense of surprise, attraction, or reaction to the sensation. Simply observe the arising and the passing away. A loving sense, non-attachment. Simply observe, simply observe. 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 Take every opportunity to further let go, allowing for clarity and lightness of the body and the mind throughout the practice. Throughout the practice, mind might ask you to open your eyes, but continue to observe the sensations. Every moment an opportunity to further practice. Gently guiding your attention from the forehead to the nose, observing the sensations all around the body, all around, all around. Observe, observe. Guiding your attention from the nose to the cheeks, either side of the face, observing the sensation, practicing disattachment in every movement. from the cheeks to the lips. Observe, observe. Gently from the lips down to the neck, observing the sensations all around the neck, all around the neck. Allow yourself to simply observe whatever sensations that arise. Simply observe, observe, observe. Patience in every moment, gently guiding your attention from the neck to the shoulders, to the shoulder, observing, observing, deep breath from the shoulders, all across the shoulder blade, relaxing the muscles, continue to observe, observe. Constant change, the arising and passing, the arising and passing. Observe, observe. the shoulders down, along the arms of forearms, down to the hands, gently, slowly, all the way down to the tips of the fingers. So, so. After the arising of one sensation, the dissolution of that sensation arises another sensation. This goes on a constant flow, constant flow. Allow yourself to simply observe the arising and passing away, arising and passing away. Observe, observe. Gently guiding your attention back to the shoulders, and from the shoulders down to the chest, observing the sensations all around the chest, the expansion, the contraction of the lungs, the movement, the rubbing of the clothes against the skin. All these sensations, observe, observe, observe. Chest, guiding your attention down to the abdomen, stomach. Observe the sensations. Observe. Observe, observe every sensation that arises all throughout the abdomen. The arising and passing away, the impermanence, constant change, ability to control them. Simply observe, observe. With an unjudgmental mind. Observe, observe. Gently from the abdomen, guiding your attention to the thighs, observing the sensations all around the thighs, all around. Observe whatever disturbance that might arise, thoughts, hindrances, or even external stimulation, whatever it is, stay focused. The mind may at times wander, but gently bring it back to the object at hand, letting go as you observe, observe, observe. Gently, gently, from the thighs, guiding your attention to the legs, from the ankle, from the knee to the ankle, observing the sensations that arise and pass. Observe, observe, observe. the legs down to the feet. Observing the sensations all around the feet, all around, all around. Gently. As you become aware of the feet, sensations all around. Rushing through the body as you move upwards from the feet, legs, thighs, gently moving upwards to the head, going through the whole body, part by part, observing the sensations, observing, 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 observing. Observing. Observe. Gently as you sweep through the body, moving upward, coming all the way up to the head, and spreading your awareness across the whole body, observing deeper and deeper sensations like the stars all across the galaxy, arising, passing away, arising, passing away. Observe, observe, observe. Gently, gently, observing the arising and passing away of sensations all across, as you gently, gently, gently guide your attention from the body to the breath, serving, serving, guiding your attention to recollect the aspects of the practice, aspects, and deeper, deeper, coming into full awareness of the areas which are quite strong, the areas that are weak. The types of hindrances that would often arise during the practice. Observe, observe, recollecting the aspects and the qualities of the practice. Observe. Gently taking a deep breath in, breathing out, breathing out, relaxing, relaxing. As you allow yourself to now shift your attention to the five senses, taking a deep breath in, breathing out, relaxing even deeper. So take another deep breath in, filling up the chest, breathing out, breathing out. When you are ready, opening your eyes and awakening into the present, into the present. Sadhu, sadhu, sadhu. Let's go for a quick break and I will see you back at 12:01, please. Thank you. So let us now come back to our seats to start the third practice of the day. The death meditation. Death meditation. Let us gently take a deep breath in. Fill up the chest, hold the air until you can't hold it any longer. Letting go, and as you let go, feel the relaxation that comes about as you let go of something that you shouldn't be holding in the first place. Taking another deep breath in, filling up the chest, holding on to the breath. Letting go, relaxing, relaxing. Synchronize with the feeling of relaxation that comes about as you let go. Let go. Enjoying the breath as and when it arises and as it passes away. Giving you the opportunity to breathe a new fresh breath again. Observing the breath, the organic breath. As you gently determine to have your eyes closed throughout the session, throughout the session, throughout the session. As you gently, gently observe, observe. Gently, gently. Guiding your attention to observe the dissolution of the breath, the passing of the breath. How every breath has a time where it comes to an end. Observe the ending moment of the breath. The ending moment of the breath. Gently guiding your attention to everything in the past, from the time that you were born and had to come to an end. Observing the end, rather the ends of whatever that you had in your life, a toy that you loved, that broke, a family member that you might have had to say goodbye to when you were very young. Observing, observing as you reflect in an unjudgmental manner, going over the life that you have lived over the many years. Your early years of infancy coming to an end. Your childhood coming to an end as you become a teenager. Your teen years coming to an end. And all that happened in school, shifting your likes and dislikes, shifting the friends, shifting the people who you might have called best friends in the past, shifting the nature of discontinuity. How many times you've experienced discontinuity in your life. Gently guiding your attention to the body, sensation, reminisce, reflecting the change of the body, from moment to moment, over the days to the weeks, to the months, to the years. Constant nature of change. Constant nature of change. Isn't this impermanence? Like it or not, changing the constant flow of good, of that which is bad or disliked, the changing of condition, bringing about constant change, constant change, constant change. Observe, observe, observe. From the hair that is soft and thick to slowly becoming dry, changing of color. Sometimes becoming fizzy. Observe, observe, observe how nature becomes soft and baby-like skin, hard and strong skin as you reach the peak of your years. Slowly becoming what it might be right now. Change the nature of life, constantly flowing, constantly changing. Observe, observe. Reflecting upon change happening in gently, being completely disattached. Allow yourself to observe the nature, the journey, the conditioned journey that you are a part of. The body inevitably through the years, through the process of aging, or being disrupted by an external altercation, would have to one day come to an end. Great beings in the world, great in morality, beholding very strong karma, such as the holy Buddhas too, come to an end. Come to an end. born of a mother, the Buddha, also die. Great rulers of the world, of great power and influence, mighty and strong, come to an end. Those loved and hated through the years come to an end. Gods and Brahmans, deities of great power, come to an end. The world the great world and the sun too. Although they outlive any human span of life, the universe too, the world comes to an end. Sabhe sankhara anitjati sankhara dukkhaati sabhe sankhara anatmati. All conditioned formations, all conditioned formations lead to suffering. All conditioned formation are devoid of self. Great or weak, all beings come to an end. Arising and passing away, rebirth cycles through the world. My family is impermanent and will come to an end. My friends are impermanent and will come to an end. I am impermanent and will come to an end. All conditioned processes are impermanent. The mind changes. The conditions change. Just as friends, family, known and unknown person, including myself, change. All conditioned phenomena is impermanent. Guiding your attention from the past to remind yourself people whom you might have known and how their lives came to an end. Practicing observing with a sense of detachment, observing as a reality of the world, the universe, the whole of samsara, how many beings in the past, how many funerals, how many times my death have happened around us within the infinite samsara, life and death, arising and passing away. Now shifting your attention from the past to the future. Visualizing yourself growing further mature in age, envision yourself at death's door, when death comes knocking. When your time has arrived, this inevitable journey of life, coming to an inevitable end. How would you face death? With the most authentic answer to yourself. Would you be worried? Would you be anxious? Would you want more time? Would you be sad to say goodbye to the people you've loved? Or would you embrace death? Embrace death as an old friend you've met many times in your samsara. In one way, death is the end. Also, a beginning in another way. How would you think you might face death? Guiding your attention to letting go of the body, letting go of each and every part of the body, feeling lighter and lighter. As you let go of the toes, the feet, the legs, the thighs, the abdomen, the mind feeling ease, more and more at ease. Relaxing deeper, 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 and deeper. Coming into a state of mind. Imagine not being attached or not burdened by the body at all. Imagine letting go of the body in its entirety at this very moment, part by part, as you experience the mind becoming lighter and lighter, lighter and lighter, as you gently, gently, gently guide your attention, to relaxing the mind every moment that passes, the mind too letting go of thought. Imagine the mind becoming completely and utterly still. Unhindered or burdened by nothing, not even thought. Imagine. Even at a moment of lapse, allow the mind to completely synchronize with the idea of complete lightness, just like being a cloud. Planes fly through clouds, the light travels through clouds, regardless the cloud feels light, unhindered, and not at all trapped. Allow the mind to synchronize with this feeling, lightness, disattached from all conditioning, the body, and maintaining yourself in a state of deep and profound relax. Relax the muscles all around as you imagine the eyebrows, the facial muscle, the jaw. Relax. Relax the shoulder, hands. Relax. 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 Guiding your attention to the breath, but not conditioned by the breath, trapped by the think of the breath as the cloud's gravitational pull. Still feeling the lightness, cool breeze of the air, the experience of being a cloud, light and unhindered, yet with the breath, serving the arising and passing as it happens, as it happens. Allow yourself to maintain a state of mind with relaxation, unhindered in every single way. Observing the organic breath, just like every every part of this body, just like every experience in life, the breath too comes to an end. While it lasts, follow the journey, rising up, passing away, death, rising, passing away, death, rising, death, passing away, death, rising, death, passing away, relaxing deep, death happening in every moment, sensations coming to the end, breath coming to the end, consciousness coming to an end, rupa coming to an end, all phenomena coming to an end, rising, passing away, rising, passing away, rising, passing away. Thoughts, hindrances, kusala, akusala, rising, passing, rising, passing, rising, passing, finding no reason to cling, but finding peace in true acceptance of nature, engage with the constant flow arising, passing away, passing away, whole stretch of samsara, from this little world we live in to the whole galaxy, to the multiple galaxies, to the universe, to the whole multiple universe. Stretching all across the whole entirety of samsara, past, future, and present. The nature of impermanence, constant change. The nature is leading to suffering in this world. The lack of self and the friction of creation. From one corner to the next. Anicca, dukkha, anicca, dukkha, anicca, dukkha, anatta. Anicca, dukkha, anatta. Anicca, dukkha, anatta. Just as all my previous lives have come to an end, this life too will come to an end. My future lives will be the same as my previous life, engaged in a cycle of rebirth and death, followed by rebirth, repetition, constant arising, passing repetition. Just as the Bodhisattva says, through the infinite time we've spent in samsara, for an infinite time, amount of time, we've had family, we've raised children, we've become kings and queens, paupers and beggars, lived in mansions and 100,000 times over, lived on the street corners 100,000 times over. We've died surrounded by loved ones. We've died surrounded by no one. 100,000 times over. We've been born as cats and dogs, as worms and insects, as the worms we see in our garbage bins when we forget to clean it up. Such is life. Such is impermanent. Such is the danger of samsara. From poor to rich, to poor again. From powerful and influential to being an absolute nobody. From human to Brahma, Brahma to human, human to animal, animal to hell, hell to human, human to Brahma, Brahma to Deva, rising, passing away. Constant change, constant change. Gently guiding attention to the breath. As you gently, gently observe, observe the organic, natural breath. Gently, gently. Taking a deep breath in, filling up the chest. Breathing out, relaxing the whole body. The whole body. From head to toe, toe to head. Relax. Gently, gently. Allow yourself to take another deep breath in. Breathing. As you do, taking another deep breath in. As you let go of the breath, opening your eyes and awakening into the present. Sadhu, sadhu, sadhu. All right. I'll see you back at 1 o'clock. All right. So, metta session. Let us sit comfortably. Taking a deep breath in, closing your eyes. And having your eyes closed throughout the session. Settling into the present as you take a deep breath in, deep breath in. Breathing out, breathing out. Relax, relax, relax. Gently, gently, gently. Guiding your attention to the breath. Observe the breath, observe, observe. Putting aside everything else. Anything that you have to get done, even how tired you might be, put all of that aside. The mind's power is far beyond anything else. If the mind wants to continue, the body and everything else will follow. So do not be bothered by the petty thoughts that might arise. They are simply the hindrances, camouflage in pretense care. Simply continue, continue, continue. Gently, gently. Guide your attention, guide your attention from the breath to the chest, the middle point of the chest, middle point of the chest. Observing the expansion and contraction of the breath, of the lungs as you breathe. The pounding of the heart as it pumps blood all throughout the body, all throughout, all throughout the body. Gently, gently. Allow yourself to imagine with awareness and conviction in practice. Imagine that you have transported yourself to the time of the Buddha, to the time of the Buddha, to a time and place where the Buddha frequents the village or town that you live in for alms, food. or to a place where one can freely visit the Buddha. Imagine on a bright sunny day, receiving news of the Buddhas coming into town, along with the Sangha, with a gathering of people stand by the side of the road at the entrance to the town, waiting for the Buddha to catch a glimpse of the great Buddha and to possibly listen to a piece of Dhamma being expounded by the Buddha. As you away with a group of townsmen and women, you see from afar a teak orange road just walking towards a town. Elated that this might be the Buddha, with hands in worship, waiting for the Buddha and the Sangha to approach the town, moment by moment, growing closer and closer. The day is beautiful, the sky is clear, the singing of the birds all around. It is a perfect day. As the Buddha slowly approaches the town, setting glimpse of how magnificently radiant the Buddha is. The face filled with metta and at the same time embodying wisdom. With every step, awareness personified. As you slowly follow the Buddha into town, serving arms and sitting by the side, patiently waiting for the Buddha to finish his day's alms. Mind almost empty, as the respect you have for the Buddha quiets the mind and the whole body, sitting patiently by the side, surrounded by the monks. You, while sitting, radiating metta in all directions, inspired by the metta of the Buddha, radiating metta loving kindness to yourself, the mind and the body. The Sangha, your family, friends, far and near. Observe the mind radiant as the hindrances subdued in the presence of the Buddha. The vibrations of loving kindness penetrating deep into your body, down to the bone, as you radiate thoughts of loving kindness in all directions to all those known and unknown, down to the bone. May all be well and happy. May all beings be well and happy. May all beings be well and happy. May all beings be well and happy. Free of any form of illness. May all beings be well and happy. The Buddha gets up in the morning through his meditation, looks at whom he could help through the day. Radiates loving kindness in all directions towards all beings. Similar manner, taking after the Buddha, be it known or unknown, any being under the sun, touched by light or darkness, any being within samsara, touched by any amount of suffering, may all those beings be well and happy. Be well and happy. Be well and happy. Be well and happy. Free of anger, hatred, free of blame towards the world. May these beings be able to strengthen their mind deep into greater heights than they imagine. May they see the potential within themselves, just as the Buddha saw potential within the ignorant beings of the world. May all be well and happy. May all be well and happy. To all the beings in the world, touched by the horrors of reality, touched by the darkest parts of the world. May all those beings living in great suffering, may they come to cultivate and develop their minds to grow beyond their circumstances. May my heartfelt, loving kindness support them in any way possible. May they all be free from suffering. May they all be free from suffering. May they all be free from suffering. Let us radiate loving kindness towards all the beings, human and otherwise. Those living in great pleasure to those living within the burning fires of hell. To those in the high heaven, all the way up in the Brahma, all beings in samsara have at one point been in hell, in the fiery pits of avijja. Even Buddhas through their existence as bodhisattvas and beyond, before they were bodhisattvas, We have all suffered. We have all known suffering most intimately. Having suffered, let us not make anyone else suffer. Having been hurt, may we not hurt another. Having felt the cooling bliss of love, care, compassion, let us share and give that same bliss on to another. May all beings be well and happy. May all beings be well and happy. May all beings be well and happy. Well and happy. Well, from our relatives, near and far, to our sons and daughters, to our parents, our teachers, and any person who has taught us a lesson in life. Wherever these people might be right now, regardless. Down to the sand and soil that has supported us to stand. May all beings be well and happy. The environment that gives us the air to breathe. The oxygen that keeps our lungs. The plants, the flora, the fauna. May all organisms in this world be well and happy. Be well and happy. Be well and happy. From those wise down to those foolish. By the power of the loving kindness, I read. May it touch their minds, their heart, to awaken from the slumber of ignorance, to open their eyes into the reality of the world, to prioritize that which is truly important in life. May all beings be well and happy. Be well and happy. Be well and happy. Be well and happy. Gently taking a deep breath in, breathing out, allowing yourself to radiate loving kindness to the house, the home that you live in, everyone at home, with a great sense of gratitude for the shelter, for the protection of your loved one, for the support that you have received in every way. Breathing out, relaxing, taking a deep breath in, breathing out, relaxing deeper. Deep breath in again. Breathing out and as you do, awakening. Sadhu, sadhu. All right. So, lunch break. Let's have lunch and I will see you back at 2 o'clock. Yeah? Wonderful. So this session brings, or this is the last hour that we have of the retreat. So this time I thought that we would dedicate this time to discussing our reflections of the day, and also sort of if you have any questions with regard to the meditation practice that we have endeavored upon, that this would be an opportunity for those of you to ask questions, ask any questions that you might have. So any questions or sharing anything that you would like to share?
Bante.
Yes.
Yeah, this is the first time I did a death meditation like the way you conducted. I thought that was really, really great, going into each and everything. I just want to know that was a great experience. That's
Okay.
what
Thank you. Thank you, Devika. Anyone else who would like to share any reflections they've had through the day? Yes, Sujata.
Bante, mine is a question which, well, I don't know whether I should ask you this, but knowing that death is inevitable, what is the purpose in meditating over it? Am I correct?
Well, yes, death is inevitable, but what is the purpose of meditating over it? Because we often live a life that, although death is clear, we don't essentially live a life where we portray that clarity of awareness over death. Right. Now, it comes to the different things, as in the attractions that we would have through life, or the things that we choose to sort of choose as friction or whatever it is. The attraction and the friction that we have in life. Now, we know clearly, although death is inevitable, this is not something which is obvious, right? This is not something which is obvious to the mind of a person who is taken by greed, hatred, and delusion, who live bound by the sensual pleasures of the world. We do not want to let go. And usually when it comes to a person who has not cultivated or developed their minds, death is a very difficult experience. I know for sure now, there is a very pious family that I knew. I mean, they might be pious, they do a lot of sort of, charity and all of that. But a couple of years back when the husband, actually both, no, the uncle or auntie, I can't remember who, one of them got sick. They flew to Mount Elizabeth in Singapore, and I particularly remember they didn't want to see, speak, hear a monk because for the reason being that seeing a monk would be a bad omen, which would bring a sign of death. Right. Now, these are people who are quite, but there are a lot of people, even in the West, for example, who do not like to speak about death. Right. Now, this shows, however inevitable it might be, it is not the reality that we live in. That is why we meditate on death, to prepare ourselves mentally, to let go of things that are petty, to remind ourselves that this time that we spend in this world is very limited, is very limited. Also, in another way, to train ourselves not to fear death. So it works in both ways, to prepare for death as well as to prepare for death, to not fear death as well as to value the life that we have. Right? So it goes both ways. That is why we practice Magnanasati, or the contemplation of death.
Okay. Okay, Vanki, thank you. I just wanted to make sure because we
Remember,
do
Jatha, there are so many examples that I could say. It would be bad to mention names, but
yeah,
there are also a lot of monks,
yeah,
quite well known. When it comes to death, their last moment or last experience has been shocking to their disciples.
I
You know,
heard that, yeah.
sometimes great monks who've written books who we've all heard of and we've read books of, during their last moments of death, to the untrained mind, it's a very frightful experience, especially when you have a lot to lose. Especially when you have a lot to lose. That is when, it is basically going down to the saying of the higher you go, the harder you fall.
Hmm.
The higher you go, the harder you fall. And, it is not an easy experience for most, but, it is surely not an experience. I was speaking to a monk actually yesterday night, and he was a monk who was with me in PAOK. He's Sri Lankan. Now he's in Palmarula in Ratnapura in Aranya there, and he contracted COVID and he couldn't breathe and he was hospitalized, and he was in the hospital for about a month, and he said that he almost passed. And I asked him, didn't he feel afraid? And now we are close friends. I mean, he can be quite frank with me, but I think, of course, he downplayed it a bit. But still, he was like, that he recollected the fact that he practiced to the best extent that he could physically, that he did good, that he did not live an unwholesome life, that he recollected these things while he was, finding it difficult to breathe, in hospital, admitted to hospital now, regardless, I know for sure, although that he said that is not the complete truth. Because, as monks, we sometimes feel, especially when you're within a specific culture, you downplay certain things of experience, because it's embarrassing or because it should be of a different way. But in reality, death is, to the untrained mind, a very difficult experience, right? And a frightful experience, right? So this is why we practice Manmanusati. Yes, Shriyani. Thank you, Sujata.
Very much, sir.
Bhante, how do you guide a trained mind at a deathbed?
Well, I would say it wholly depends on who the type of person is, And I think, one way doesn't go with everyone. Sometimes, if it is a parent, reassuring, if it is a parent whose children are young, and if you are a friend, regardless of your practice, sometimes the insecurity or the anxiety would be, okay, who's going to take care of my kids? In such a time, if you are a friend, reassuring that you're going to be taking care of the kids and not to worry about it, finding, I think, connecting a loving a person, or, if you know the person, connecting to what causes the anxiety, if it is a trained mind, right? If it is a trained mind. And supporting the person through the journey, supporting the person in sort of reassuring the person that whatever that the person, if they are anxious about something, that something is going to be okay, I think is the best way, right? Is going to be the best way. So there is no one answer to it. Now I know that in Burma there is this practice of where there are some particular monk who guides a person through a certain death meditation whilst lying on the deathbed. Now, things like that, or a practice of metta or something like that. But the thing is, that doesn't work for everyone, because people have different capacities. Even at the moment of death, it is very difficult to sometimes they don't want to be reminded that they're dying even at the moment of death. Right? So it can be a very, very sensitive experience. But if you are a close friend, if you are a very close friend who would know your friend, I think reassurance, right? Reassurance, support in the way that fits them would be the best way to sort of support a person in death. Remember, have been, monks who have had a good training, who also sometimes find it difficult through that experience. So it is very normal to have a layperson or a friend go through a difficult experience with death. So I'm sorry, Shana, I can't give you, a definite answer to this, because I think it has to be taken by a case-by-case scenario, right? A case-by-case basis. But if we wait up until death's door, or, when death comes knocking to start practicing, that is surely not the way to go. That is surely not the way to go.
And also, if you are a meditator, is it possible to manage your mind at that moment, sort of kind of through meditation?
So it depends on the level of meditation, right? Now, for example, if it is a jhana practitioner, that experience is going to be something which is of sure ease to a person who is a jhana practitioner who is going to die. If it is a person who has or who lives with the Dhamma, with very good sila, with very less regrets in life, or very less positions where a person doubts or has regret upon oneself, then of course, then the position is going to be easier, has less regrets. It's going to be easier, because what makes the death experience difficult are the hindrances, right? What makes the death experience difficult is the doubt, right? And remember, doubt is such a insidious, and I mean insidious, type of consciousness, because the more that doubt digs, the deeper it gets. Almost like quicksand, right? So whatever that you try to do with doubt, it makes it far worse than it ever is, right? That is why for persons who are fulfilled to a sense by sila, with less regrets, meaning even if you do, or we've all done wrong in our life, but if we haven't looked at those wrong acts through Vipassana, through insight, to understand that we have developed, we have changed, that we have grown, that it was the past me who did it, that we have, cultivated our mind to a certain extent. If you do not have that reassurance of mind, not given by anyone else, but by yourself, two people who have that position, it's going to be difficult. That is why it's very important that we live a life where, we do not have much regrets, right? Yeah, we do not have much regrets.
Thank you, Bhante. Thank you.
Yeah. Yes, Samantha.
Thanks, Bhante. I was contemplating this death meditation, and I find that what you've been doing recently, and it's really interesting, and it's good to prepare oneself with all this death meditation, because it gives to me a sense of purpose in life. And if the more I do it and see what is important, and all those little petty things that I would normally quibble about, it makes it so silly and not really worthwhile worrying about it. And so the more I do the death meditation, the more to me it gives me what life is about, and get on with things, so that's really good. So I was just thinking, and also in doing this, it gives you some sort of familiarity, I suppose, I suppose eventually when I do die, it doesn't come as a shock and as a surprise, hopefully. And so I'm hoping that, just as I carry on doing the breath meditation, I would just imagine I would just stay with the breath or something, if I'm calm enough to do that. So the more I familiarize myself now, I might be in a better state on the deathbed. So I was just thinking, because I presume I'll be all in pain as well, so there'll be a lot of things going on inside. So it's the preparation, and also, what will I be thinking? I mean, like saying bye to my family and all that. Will I have the ability to think when I'm dying, or does it depend at different stage? At what stage of the dying process you're in?
Well, yes. It depends on the position that you are in, for sure, for sure. But there can be thought. There can be thought. But remember, again, the thought that brings about a degree of anxiety about things that you couldn't or haven't done brings a sense of anxiety. And that is caused again by the hindrances. Right? That is again caused by hindrances. That is why, for example, it's not only meditation, it's also prajna, right? It is with both of these two,
Yeah.
these two attributes that one can, of course, have a solid mind and also not regret or sort of worry about the things that haven't been done, because as much as, as we mentioned in the talk, during the meditation, as much as death is the end, it is also the beginning. Right? Just as much as we have died so infinitely, right? An infinite amount of times do we reckon that we've always said goodbye to everyone. The thing is, when it comes to your time, you must just go. And it doesn't matter, right? To have that solidity of mind, right, is important. To have that solidity of mind is important. Do you understand? Right?
Yeah.
So not being worried about, things, have I done this? Have I? Because if you allow that worry, that anxiety to come in, it's, have I arranged, I have not arranged my cupboard before I died. Oh my gosh, my stuff is everywhere. My bangles are on the dresser. Will the maid steal it? I hope my daughter finds it before the maid goes into the room. How many things have we got to worry about? Right? How many things, honestly, isn't it? You would be lucky if the only thing that you have to worry about is saying goodbye, honestly. It's surely not. I hope the executor does his job properly. I hope my sons don't fight over the house. I hope they don't sell the house after I die.
Yeah, I mean, these thoughts, would they come to you at a time like that?
Why not?
I suppose I could say, like, I won't have any regrets, because I could say, oh, well, I can do it at my next birth, so that's a good way of not having regrets, I suppose.
I think it is very respectful to, it is very respectful. For example, although there's a dish of rice in the middle of the table, does not give you, does not authorize you to serve yourself 5 spoonfuls of rice. You know what I mean? There is an acceptable amount of food that you're allowed to serve. Just like that, it is very respectable to bow out when your time is right. And allow, just imagine, I imagine, if you go on to a ballet or, something of the sort, a show of sorts, and then, there is a team, a group that plays a certain section or dances a certain section, and before they leave, they don't say goodbye, right? They will all say goodbye at the end, right? But not at the end of their individual parts. And that's a part of being, and that is a part of the process. You don't have to say goodbye. What you have to do is live a life where you have expressed your love, your gratitude while you are living. You know what I mean? While you're living. What if you have a visitor at home and you've not treated the visitor, just coming out to say goodbye to the visitor when he's leaving is not a good thing to do. You better just close yourself in the room and just be in the room, because you're just spitting in the visitor's face. Because you didn't come out, you didn't serve the visitor, and now you're coming out to say goodbye to the visitor. What is the visitor going to think? You know what I mean? So whilst we are living, let's live a life of gratitude, compassion, care, and love, so that we don't need to say goodbye to people, because we've lived that life. We've lived a life of gratitude and respect. You know
That's
what I mean?
great. Yeah, I think that's the answer. So to live a wholesome life so that you can die peacefully and just focus on your pain, I suppose. Maybe you've been so much of pain, and that's the only thing that you can. Yeah. Okay.
I mean, we don't know whether we are in pain, but maybe even knowing, okay, when it comes, I will face it as it comes. I will embrace death as it comes.
Yes, and familiarize. And lastly, what about people who die in their sleep? Do they just not aware of it? Then they just go, and then that's it.
Well, we never know. We never know the person who dies, because sometimes, although we might say, okay, the person died in the sleep, but they might have woken up for a split second, and then they pass. Maybe they had a chest pain before they passed. Maybe they just passed away in their sleep. We don't know.
Yeah, that's true.
Right?
Yeah.
But regardless, a Chuti Chittaviti runs, a dying Chittaviti, or rather death Chittaviti runs before death, for sure.
Lovely. Thank you, Bhante. Very interesting. Thank you.
Yeah. Yes, Dil. Mala, you can go after. Yes, Dil.
Okay, Bhante, can you hear me?
Yeah.
First, Bhante, to thank you for today's session. It was, I think, for all of us very meaningful and very appropriate of the time. And you did it in your own special way, which is different to what most of us have experienced with most of the sessions we have had. So it was exceptional. Thank you for it. I particularly want to tell a little about my own reflections. First, about the death meditation. All those points that you brought, they really, if you have a chance to practice that, you can see and experience the results for yourself, so that then it's not just a question and an answer. For example, when you say to train yourself not to fear death, about, I can't remember, maybe 6 years ago, I actually had an experience like that, where I was very sleepy. I had gone and done a retreat for a week where we had done nothing but just beingness. That particular monk didn't want us to read anything. We couldn't ask questions, but it was always about how the mind comes and how we had to. So when I came back, it was late in the night. I had had a cold. Next day was New Year, and I didn't want to take any medicine. So very silly of me, I took some nose drops, something that made me sleepy so that I wouldn't have to take it. And I thought I'd steam. Because of unmindfulness, the boiling water fell all between from my waist to the thighs, and I really had second-degree burns. I didn't think I'd die, but I really experienced most excruciating pain. But because I had been meditating for a week, I had just come back. I was thinking all about letting go, and I could go, not by ambulance, but by car, and wait till everybody saw things. And even the painkillers, I didn't have to dose with morphine. And of course, I was fortunate because my daughter was a doctor, and she didn't want me to wait in that the main London tertiary burns unit in where was it? In Chelsea, because everybody in the ward was screaming in the night with pain, and it was very distressful. So she signed and took me back, but we were told that in the middle of the night we could come. But by doing all the things that you're saying, Bhante, you could, only when I went for wound dressings that I had to ask for some oral morphine, because they scrubbed the wound to prevent it from it. The rest of the time I could. And while the house was run by my husband and my daughter did on my personal, I couldn't get down even to go to the toilet, because there was bandage all over my thighs and all. And but I healed, and they said, because I was old, normally they said one portion of it I would have to have a skin graft, and I thought now at least I can lie on my back. But if I had to take the only place where the skin could have come out from the back of my leg, if they took it, then I couldn't lie on any side. So I determined that I wouldn't come for a skin graft, and they gave me 2 weeks. But I said, but the doctor said, because of your age, I'll give you 3 weeks. If it hadn't healed a particular patch where the water had remained near my knees, the heat had gone for a longer time, that if it didn't, then I would have to. And every single day for those 2 weeks, I listened to meditations, did metta on myself, listened to parita, reflected all my practice. That's all I did, because somebody cooked and somebody looked at. And when I went, the doctors couldn't believe that it had healed, but they were very bad. They just discharged me because they said that this is not practical. You can't do this. And they said, oh, you have done it so well. And they were overburdened with cases. So my daughter had to take 2 weeks to do my care for the next 2 weeks. But I healed without any, no scars. They said the nerve will get trapped. I'll be in pain. I had nothing. So once you have done it once in something, and you know then for yourself that if you can, that you can practice. So I thought that was really very, very true what you're explaining, because I have gone through that. And also the value, what you talked about, to value life we have. Because when these things happen, and when you realize, and then you value the moment and what we have gone, and when you bring gratitude, the challenges that come your way, that in no way can you resolve them in your mind. They just become not a challenge at all. So when you practice these things, you really find that they actually work. And you can even discuss this in a forum where people are spiritual, but they are not Buddhist. And they do it, they practice it, and they come and tell you who taught you this. And we always say it's the Buddha and the monks who have come. So I really want to thank you for these, the answers you're giving to various people, because it's so true. And when you practice it, you won't have to ask again and again and again if you have the opportunity to experience that. It's really almost miraculous. And the other, I think I want to talk about the metta meditation, is that the first time I have, everybody says, may I be well and happy, and all this kind of stuff, and not have suffering. And when everybody has their own, Bantaji had this formula, everybody has the formula. But the first time that I ever came across a meditation where you bring a vision of the Buddha was with you, Bante, when you first came to London Buddhist Vihara. And you brought the moment that the Buddha gave his first sermon. And the way, I had never heard that, the way you brought that whole, the forest in the deer around it, and the Devas, the Akasatta, and you actually created that vision. And the intense feeling of calm and bliss and opening of the heart, that's the first time I heard. But today, and so I always like your metta on the times you do it like that, because you come to a different level of awareness. But today you did something that I haven't heard you doing before. Maybe you had done it on the day I wasn't there, where you actually brought the Buddha's entourage coming in here around it. And what I entourage, and the way you saw these saffron robes and the people lining. And I have experienced that, because for Ajahn Chah's 100th birthday, some of us had the rare privilege of actually being to celebrate, to see the celebration. And in those two, Wat Pah Pong and Wat Pah Nana chant, that is the practice. All the monks go, not all, but they select 2 or 3 to go to the different villages, and they bring the breakfast for everybody. And we also get up early morning, about 4:45, and we wait to the entrance to the city gate or to the monastery gate, which is quite a big area. And sort of everybody is kneeling on the ground with things. And then when these monks come, the feeling of them, everybody is in this Shraddha, and it's in the early morning before the sun is hard. It's indescribable. And you run to bed after the last session of meditation to be up by 5. We washed and waited. And it's indescribably beautiful. And when I heard you saying that visions of what I actually saw, not the Buddha, but the monks in these 2 temples, monasteries coming, it's something to experience. But you bring that to mind when you describe things. So I just want to tell you, it brought me recollections of my own practice and what you say. And it's so beautiful, and it stirs the heart. It's inspirational, and the vibrations that you feel and opening of the heart is nothing to do with the head. So I just want to say thank you, Bante, for this wonderful opportunity you gave all of us. Sadhu, sadhu, sadhu. Thank you.
Something that I would, of course, like to add is now in the process of dying and in preparation to death, the focus shouldn't just be, of course, while death is the inevitable end, the process of leading up to death is also quite hollowing and difficult, isn't it? Now, for example, if you're beautiful, and if you've lived a life where you've never met with an accident, you've never had to visit the hospital, right? And now towards your final years, or towards your last 10 or 20 years, now you sort of, maybe 80, 70, whatever, you will sort of go through, if you're not taking care of yourself, if you're eating whatever garbage, if you're eating fatty foods and just like, really like not taking care of yourself, you will experience changes in your appearance. You will go through phases of, not being healthy. All of these things are also difficult experiences, right? Now something that I have sometimes seen is, even, for example, let's say now towards the end, you're healthy, you're good, even in your 70s, your 80s, your 90s, you've taken care of yourself, you still do that, and you're also a good person, and you do your good charity, you meditate, you help people, you've led all of that. But then something happens to you and you have some sort of disability, right? Out of something very small, let's say, while you were getting down from a Jeep or something, your car, you skip, and, when you're older, your bones can break very easily, right? Now you face a disability that you have never faced in your life. You've played sports, nothing has happened. Through the 70, 80 years, nothing has happened. Now you find it so difficult to come into terms. You still can walk, you still can do stuff, but I have a disability. I'm using the word disability, something has happened to my hand, or something has happened to my leg, or something like that. Or let's say you are a cancer survivor. Some people don't come out of, even though they're a survivor, they still feel, oh my gosh, I led my whole entire life so healthy, and now finally I have this. And sometimes they recover even in their old age, but still don't fully come out of the fact that, they can't get over the fact that they've had cancer. Do you understand what I mean? Right? So as much as we prepare for death, we should also prepare to, or within that journey, right? Journey towards death, which is the sickness, which is the old age, which is the from the geriatric part of life, if that happens, preparing for that as well. Sometimes sometimes something that we see is when people grow old, of course, you don't look 20, right? Doesn't mean you're ugly as well. You don't look ugly, you look beautiful. Of course, we would say, another person would look at you and say, you look so good, you look healthy, all of that, blah, blah, blah. But we compare our beauty with the time we were 20, with the time that we were 18 or 23, that peak of beauty that a person would have, at any person would have. Or some people actually look better when they're a bit in their 30s or 40s, whatever. Regardless, we compare our beauty to a certain specific age in our lives. And because that comparison that we make, we are unable to be happy with what we have right now. You're healthy, you're at your perfect weight, whatever it is, right? But you cannot come into terms with the fact that you have lost the appearance that you had in your early years, or whatever it is, right? So this process of awareness covers a couple of degrees, not only the final approaching of death. Because now people get ready. I'm ready to die. Why are you ready to die? Because I have been cut. I have had cancer twice. I have had breast cancer. My children died. My dog died. Now they are ready to die because they consider their life to be such a living hell. Do you understand? That is not wholesome. That is unwholesome dosa. That is dosa. Right? That is not. And now, because from Buddhism, they might hear, yes, you must prepare for death. They think that is the preparation for death. That is not the preparation for death. That is exactly the opposite of what the Buddha teaches. Right? So it must be very clear that preparing for death is really also the preparation leading up to death, which sets the mind for your final years and that final moment of death itself. Right? Death itself. Because that process you can see very clearly. If you have a clear mind, you can see very clearly that slowly you're losing your senses, you're losing your wit, you're losing your focus, right? You never wore glasses ever in your life, but now your eyesight, you can't drive at night, all of these things, you know what I mean? Right? This is all a part of that inevitable end. And accepting those parts allows you to also have a beautiful end. Do you understand? Right? Or else what you want to do is, it's like you've had this iPhone for 10 years. Now the reason that you want to get rid of it is the fact that it is old, not the fact that it is useless. The fact that it is old and you are embarrassed to carry it around. Now you want a new phone because you're embarrassed. Now that is not proper letting go. Do you understand what I mean? That is not proper letting go. So awareness on that side is also, I think, very important. I hope that was fruitful and I did ramble on. Yeah. So anyone else who would like to share something or ask something? Yes, Mala. Pushpa, you can go after. Yeah?
Bante, I have seen patients die surrounded by their families. And the daughter dies, the son is saying something. Lots of people. Hello. Yeah. And a real goodbye session. We are not doing a favor to the patient when a lot of people come and start crying and saying their goodbyes, isn't it? It gives more attachment to the person who's dying, to the family. Isn't it better to let the patient die in peace and play a cassette of it or something rather than watching all the people saying goodbye? I wouldn't want people crying and sobbing when I'm dying.
Oh my gosh.
Because I get more attached to the family.
Neither would I. My God. Yeah. Yes, Damsiri.
When my mother was dying, I was there with her. I was holding her hand and I had a spirit cassette. I played Narasiha to her. And she died in peace rather than a lot of people crying around her.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah, I would find it quite uncomfortable as well. People crying, and then there would be people worshipping, and then there would, oh my gosh, it would be like a Bodhi Puja. That is not what I wanted. So cringy. Yes, Damsiri, what did you want to say? I would come. Yeah. Yes,
No. No. I didn't want to say anything. I just hand over to Pushpa. Pushpa want to say something.
Yeah, Pushpa.
Bante, two questions. One is, this is a story I have heard when Jackie Onassis passed away. She asked all the family members to go out, and then she was on her own when she passed away. I do not know whether she had euthanasia or I'm not sure about that.
Yeah.
Do you think that's the right way to go? Ask everybody to go, ask the family members to go go out and to die. She may have meditated.
I can't answer that question. I can't answer that question. Ethically, I can't answer that question.
Yeah.
I might have a personal view, which might be different from the Dhammic view. But actually, I was planning a Dhamma session, a Dhamma talk on suicide in the future. So it has to be carefully answered, Pushpa. So maybe you could bring this up at that session, because if I am misunderstood, that can affect my monkhood as a whole. I can't answer that question, Pushpa. Not in brief, for sure.
I do understand that, Bhante.
Yeah.
The second question is, you mentioned that famous monks at the time of death, their behavior was shocking. I'm not asking you to mention names, but can I ask you to describe the shocking, why it was shocking?
Yeah, crying, wailing over regrets of Sila, wailing over unattained accomplishments, wailing over the losing of wealth and what will happen to the wealth. So much, along those lines, so really not too different from a layperson, right? Not too different from a layperson, because at the end, the only thing that differentiates a person is the sila, the vinaya that they keep and the vinaya that they don't keep at the end of the day. And of course, the practice really. Because personally, I find it very, if the only thing that you don't do is eat at night, right? I can name 10 people just off the top of my head who don't eat at night. That's not a big thing. What truly counts is the guna, the practice, and that is something that I've learned over the years. I remember when I first when I was at Nawena, and when Nawena got the idea that I will not be able to get ordained in Sri Lanka because of my mother. So they were like, you better go to Burma. Something that Venerable Arinanda told me was, in Burma, you might not be amongst monks who are going to keep to all the rules and regulations of the Tripitaka, right? And I was like, Emil, because, I didn't know, Catholic boy, right? And then he said, so don't measure the value of a monk with the seal that they keep, but measure them with how compassionate of a person they are. Actually, that might not be a right word. In Sinhala, what he said was, sealing maninne yanne epa, gunayen maninna. Right? So guna is like qualities. Right? This was what the abbot of Nawena told me. If I don't measure a monk by his seal, measure a monk by how much of guna he has, because or else you will not find any monk proper in Burma. And that was quite true. That was very, very true. And because it's all down to the practice. It's all down to the practice. I have met lay people who are worthy of respect and adoration. I have met monks who are worthy of respect and adoration. I have met lay people who are not worth the sand that they walk on. I have met monks who are not worth the gravel of rocks that they walk on. It's the same. At the end, it's all down to the qualities, really. I have met lay people who have a lot of virtue but no guna. I have met monks who have a lot of virtue but no compassion or guna at heart. So I would say personally, what I would say is what should always be put forward is, the qualities. Personally, that is something that I always believe. You know what I mean? Pushpa, yeah, Pushpa.
Yeah.
Am I gonna?
But is there a big difference between guna and sila?
Yes, there. Yes, there is. One of the definitions of the importance in the Tripitaka when it talks about that, one of the ways, right? Sila is present for the flourishing of guna, right? For the flourishing of guna. If guna is not a result, sila is useless, right? Sila is useless. Now, actually, to be very, very frank and honest with you, when I was a young monk, right, I would say my virtue was far more pristine than what it might be now, right? What it might be now. Before I didn't touch money, I didn't do a lot of the things that I might be doing right now. However, from the guna side, I was not that advanced. I was very egoistic. I looked down on lay people. I did not, the things that I did not understand. There was a lot of that there. A lot of the things that came out, because of youth, young people can be quite stupid, and foolish, right? Because of the lack of experience. But I did meditate a lot. From one side, I had a lot of qualities, but from the other side, I was failing a lot, right? Which was ego, blah, blah, blah. I remember my first year at university, I was tutoring kids. I was tutoring monks and lay people on history. My history was very good. Actually, I was tutoring them on a couple of things, but history was my favorite, right? So I remember on my first exam at uni, the question, I was so confident in history, I had read far beyond the designated syllabus sort of books. I've read beyond that. If I have read Theravada, I've read the Mahayana history. Like, it was not in our chapters. Like, it was not taught to us. We were only taught Theravada. I read the Mahayana. I read the different concepts of Mahayana with regard to the history, like completely overboard and unnecessary, right? To the exam at least. And then we had a really good professor who was from Cambridge in Burma, who was our history professor, old guy, but very, very sharp. And now I tutored the whole class on history. So at the hostel, I had a tutoring class and I was tutoring them. And my first exam, I failed. I was the only person who failed. And I could not believe it. I failed. Like, it was not even, none of the others failed, right? Even the people who couldn't write English properly failed, right? I failed my exam. I was so embarrassed that I locked myself in the room for 2 days. I did not come out. I did not eat. I did not come out. I was so embarrassed, right? And people, it was like, when someone dies, you would go to their room, or when it's their birthday, you would go to their room and congratulate them or say sorry or blah, blah. People will literally come into my room to, give me their condolences. And I would just shout from the window and say, leave. I don't want to see anyone. It was so embarrassing. So I had a lot from one side, but from the other side, I was failing. I would say now, 27 or 28 years old, I have far more. Yes, I touch money, but blah, blah, blah. But I have far more guna today than I ever had living at PAOK or living at now or living at that time. You know what I mean? So at the end, there are certain things that matter most, that matter most. But that is my personal sort of sharing.
Thank you, Bhante.
Triani.
Bhante, what do you think of Bardo practice in death?
Well, the Bardo practice in death, I know that the Dalai Lamas and all of them engage in the Bardo practice. I don't know how efficient and clear it might be in terms of how you are led to the afterlife. Knowing the politics involved behind the Bardo practice also gives me a question mark, because Shriyana, I don't know whether you were there for yesterday's talk. The Bardo practice was a part of the rule of incarnation, but I think the Bardo practice is another part of Marnanusati, right? And there have been very, very strict practitioners who've been able to go into high states of the Bardo practice, which have enabled them to sort of ease themselves into death or the death experience, right? Death experience.
Is it basically Mahayana, or it is part
Tibetan.
of
Tibetan.
Tibetan? So nothing to do with the Theravada tradition?
No.
Okay. Okay.
But there are similarities.
Okay.
It is Tibetan.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you, Bhante.
All right, Shari. Yes, Dil.
Can you hear me, Bhante?
Yeah.
Bhante, I wanted to ask your opinion. So I had a friend, she was in school and she was in med school with me, and she's now retired. I think she's still doing part-time in Sri Lanka. She comes from a family deeply religious, and she had this wonderful mother whom I remembered even in school. She led a really gunamanta life. So when she became old, she told her family that first of course she donated her body to the medical college in Colombo, because she said she didn't want all the funerals and cremations and things. And then she told she had 3 children, 2 are in England and the daughter is in Sri Lanka. And she said that that she didn't want anyone when she was getting older and when she was sickly to be hovering around her, because she really wanted to die without any of her children, because she didn't want to have any kind of like attachment. So they always honored that. So though they used to go in and out and come, one day I think they didn't even know that she was ill. But when the son came back, I think from wherever he was, he found that she had passed away. So when I was in England, when I went back, the daughter told me that, just so funny, these are the mother's intention, that she didn't want, they may have been domestics and there may be others. She didn't want any of the children, and she had passed away. And within 24 hours, I mean, they took the body was taken to the medical college because they live in Colombo, and that was all finished. They only gave the religious thing. So this thing, and even when you were talking about will writing, now with COVID, most of my friends are running about wills, and one of the questions they ask is, what do you want to do with your body? And so a lot of people say they want the ashes scattered here and there and the other place. They want cremation. Some people say they don't mind anything. So what do you think of that when people say that they want, that they want their body to express their intentions, they want to, die, or and many of them say they don't want any resuscitation. And one of my cousins died just a week ago, and she didn't want resuscitation. She was 92. So when for the last 2 days, she was poorly. They just had periods and things like that. And she just died at home. And within 24 hours, they cremated, and the monks came for the Pansakule before that, and she had the cremation. So what are your feelings about people who are very sure, because they have been really reading, according to Buddhist traditions, and they have developed a lot of gunavant and a lot of oneness, and they know they're going to be born again, and they're not feeling, or when they say things like that, donating their body parts, saying no resuscitation, that they just want to go, or saying they want that ashes scattered in some place which is very, some sacred grounds that they have identified. What are your feelings on that?
Well, I personally think that it is quite all right. Right? I think it is quite all right because if it gives the person the ability to die in peace. Right now, for example, let's say a person loses their partner, right? And sometimes, some people, not everyone, but some people are very lucky to be married to their soulmate, right? Just because you're married doesn't mean that that person is your soulmate or the person that you truly, dearly love. I think we understand that. So, at death, the person might have a lot of comfort in knowing that their ashes may be scattered, alongside this person. And if that brings them some sort of mental calm and bliss, why not? Right? Why not? Right? So because of that, it doesn't. We can't. I know that sometimes people do say, okay, we are Buddhists, we don't do this and that. But it doesn't say in Buddhism that it is prohibited, right? If in any way that it brings that person some sort of sense of calm or whatever, it could be, something which is advisable. The writing of wills and all of that, I think, is very important, right? Because you can potentially, keep your family from ruin if you do write your will, right? Because these things become quite important, especially when there are siblings, and especially when, I don't need to go into it, already, right? And I think, for example, in Singapore, by law, you have to decide whether you will be put on life support or not. Now, I think that is a wonderful idea, because then you do not give your children to make that very burdening decision, because sometimes some families just can't afford it, just can't afford to keep their parents on life support. But, how guilty would the children be to having to have to make that decision? You know what I mean? To make that decision. And I think that's a very good idea, to sort of decide this or that, or give the person the ability to decide that, or, that or the other. So my concluding remark is, if it puts you or gives you peace, why not? Right? And why not? And yes, so that's basically it. And we are running out of time. We have one other question which I would like to sort of ask. Not ask, but share. She has asked. Yes, absolutely. You can write a living will. Okay, so with the person who has asked me, the question of, does a person know what is happening in their body? I would say no, but a certain near-death experience, people who speak about near-death experiences have mentioned that they do see their body, or rather, floating, or they do see the body sort of just lying there, the doctors around and doing their thing. But I think, in terms or in line with Buddhism, what we see is after death, another birth can be a birth where you can sort of see whatever that is happening. But when it comes to instances where I remember with a family member who didn't talk to their relative for 20 years, talk to their relative who they've not spoken to in 20 years, a week before he died. I think it is not that we know, but it is that, the universe works in a certain fashion, that sometimes things just happen in a certain way that we are very surprised by, that we are very surprised by. So yes, so basically that is that. We have run out of time. In 30 minutes, we'll be having the Deshana by Venerable Kilapan. Let's see.
Kukutpane Sudasi. Kukutpane Sudasi.
Kukutpane Sudasi Hamdro is going to give a talk in Sinhala language, and his Deshanas are quite good. So if you do come back in 30 minutes, that Deshana will be happening in 30 minutes. Yes, 30 minutes. So take care. Thank you everyone for joining in. All the very best. all the very best, and I hope that you took something away from the meditation session, the half-day meditation session that we had today. If anyone wishes to say thank you by donating, all proceeds of the session will be going to feeding the poor in Sri Lanka. So if you do donate, know that your donation will be going towards helping and feeding poor people in Sri Lanka. Take care and have a wonderful rest of the day. And I hope that you do come to the Deshan because numbers are
Thank you.
Everyone, Bante.
Bye bye.